5.
The neighborhood stuff.
Yeah, yeah. That way, when you're asking, you want to see where you get a W in there.
Williams, are you ready?
Yeah, you ready to go out?
Yes.
Dead, mark on the water. After mark 1-3.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Control. This is Williams. Come back. I need to know that everybody's set up and ready to go. If you just say go for me as I ask for your permission. Start, Marshall.
First race is that. I think like 1:30.
Liner. We're still adjusting the safety.
Right? 10 minutes. That's a 4-minute race.
Thank you. Starter. Go. Finish. Go. Thank you.
Focus on one other thing.
You're going to be a finish marshal today. You got a job. And as the referees come rotating by, same drill. Give water or whatever they need.
Well, I should clarify that. Almost anything you need.
Starter. See a liner.
I think it's a plausible idea.
I'm going to get another one.
Okay. Thank you.
I got my feels good though. So nice and cool. Like you guys are getting cold nice shooting inside.
Right. Yeah, sure. Good side.
really can't own a launch driver, can I? I can try. I can try.
We're just a couple minutes away from our first race of the afternoon. The afternoon races will feature finals. All the finals can be streamed live on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/USRowing.org.
Now underway, the finals for the mixed double in the B category. Lane 1, Jacksonville. Lane 2, Texas Rowing. Lane 3, Potomac. Lane 4, a composite boat. Lane 5, Detroit. And Lane 6, White Marsh. This is a final, folks. That means these are the medal contenders in the mixed double category B. Watch him, watch him, watch him. Strong showing. Lanes 3 and 4. Potomac A. Sporting red with the white star in lane 3. Lane 4, a composite boat with CPCRL. This is just our first final of the afternoon, and they are moving fast, Rob.
These doubles feature one man and one woman. Scullers
Boy, this is going to be a battle royale for gold and silver here. We've got neck and neck. 200 meters left here between lanes 3 and 4.
There's about a 2 feet of difference between them.
Potomac, it's stroke for stroke here. Potomac and CPCRL. Look at them go, ramping up the race, leaving it all on the course here.
The heats are done. This is for the medal.
Oh, and Potomac putting it on. Wow, look at him go. And that's Potomac putting it on in the last 100 meters. Looks like second we've got CPCRL Composite. Ooh, but coming up right behind him is Texas Rowing.
You know, it kind of looked like that second place boat took a little bit of a dip. They might have had like a little mini crab or something about a 50 or 100 meters from the end. Kind of threw him for a bit, and then at that point, Potomac just launched ahead.
Yeah, really a great race there. And that's just the start of the action for today, folks. A great time to get settled and watch some excellent racing this afternoon.
Just off the blocks now from the starting line, event 102, the final for the mixed quad D category. These quads feature 4 rowers, 4 scullers in the D category with an average age of 50 to 54. In the first 100 meters, we've got 4 boats in this event that are in a dead heat.
Lane 1 is Greater Columbus. Lane 2, Wyandotte. Lane 3, Potomac. Lane 4, Texas Rowing. Lane 5 is a composite boat with ORRA. And lane 6, Saugatuck.
Our course here at Riverside Park for the Master Nationals Championship, 1,000 meters long, rowing downstream from just north of boat launch 2 to just south of boat launch 1. The lane closest to us on the near shore is lane 1. The far lane on the far side of the river is lane 6. The first 100 meters of the course are marked with red buoys so that they can tell when they've reached the first 100 meters. And then the final 250 meters are also marked with red buoys, cueing in the rowers that it's time to pour it on.
At the halfway point, we've got Texas and Potomac neck and neck, and only 1 seat behind is lane. I mean, really, 1, 2, and 3 are all neck and neck here. After the halfway point, it's Potomac, Texas, and the composite boat in lane 5, led by ORRA.
They're rowing for the medals now, and we're seeing some really tight races right out of the gate this afternoon.
All right, they got 250 meters left. Entering the sprint here. Looks like we got lane 5 out in front. They've got 2 seats over Texas and Potomac. But it is a battle. Anything can happen in the final sprint, folks. Anything can happen.
Who's going to sprint to the end?
These quads are the largest sculling boats that we have in today's competition. And boy, they are cruising. Look at that technique. And it looks like we've got the composite boat in lane 5. Followed by Potomac in lane 3. And Texas in lane 4. Some really fast racing out here on the course today.
We're getting a little bit of wind this afternoon, so that's going to make the finals interesting as these rowers figure out how to deal with that. Making sure they maintain their technique, keep their set, and not let the wind affect them too much. Up next on the starting blocks, event number 103, the mixed quad in the F category. Of course, our mixed quads have 2 men, 2 women, and the F category crews have an average age of 60 to 65. In lane 1, Texas Rowing. Lane 2, a composite boat with DRC. They're now off the blocks. Lane 3, Minneapolis. Lane 4, composite with BRC. Lane 5, composite FRA. And lane 6, Cincinnati. They're cruising down the first 100 meters of the race. Whoa, way out in front here. Lane 6, Cincinnati. And lane 4's pulling ahead now. BRC. BRC, the composite boat, is ahead in lane 4. And then we've got 3 other boats, lanes 1, 3, and 6, all fighting for second place right now.
And this is for the medals, folks. This is for the titles, the hardware.
Approaching the midpoint in the course now. Looks like the current battle is between lanes 4 and 6, the composite boat of BRC and Cincinnati. There's a 2-seat difference between these boats at this point. Now crossing the midway point. Lane 4, the composite boat of BRC, pours it on and extends their lead to a full boat length.
I think this afternoon we're going to see a lot of boats making moves at that 500-meter mark. Also, we'll see them at 250 left to go. Everybody's going to pour it on.
You know, I think with the short length of this race, you know, the potential, you know, the wind, you just don't know what's going to happen. You know, don't wait till the last 100 meters. You know, you want to set a precedent early, and if you're not in the lead out of the gate, you know, the first 100, then probably that 500 may be a good place to reestablish.
I think you're right, Rob.
They're now coming into the last quarter of the race.
And the composite boat in lane 4 starting to establish some open water. Over Cincinnati. Cincinnati in a strong second over the rest of the field.
Looks like the battle here is going to be for third. Good open water between first and second and third.
Real question is, Minneapolis poured on for that last sprint.
So that composite boat of BRC is going to go across first, followed by Cincinnati in lane 6. Next across is lane 5, FRA, the composite boat. the mixed quad F category. All right, we're lining up now at the starting blocks for the next event. Number 104, the finals for the men's lightweight single category AA and A. This event features Austin B in lane 1, in lane 2 Riverfront, in lane 3 E-Course, lane 4 Austin A, lane 5 Greater Dayton, and lane 6 Lincoln Park. We've got rowers in this event ranging from AA of 26 through age 37 in the B category, and they're off. Single sculling boats heading down the first 100 meters. Men's lightweight. The lightweight category for men, all rowers must weigh less than 160 pounds. Leader off the start in the yellow boat in lane 5, Greater Dayton.
Strong start 2 by E-Course in lane 3. In men's races at Masters Nationals, the lightweight category means that the men competing weigh less than 160 pounds. Another thing that's lightweight about these single shells is the shell itself. Oftentimes a single shell weighs about 30 pounds or less.
Sometimes there is just inches separating them from the water. They're like sitting on a deck right on the water.
And look at them move across the 500-meter mark, the halfway mark of the race. We've got lane 5, Greater Dayton, in competition with lane 3, E-Course.
E-Course is making a move. He just closed the gap.
Yeah, that 500-meter mark is going to be a critical mark today.
He is looking to pass now.
With 250 meters left, looks like we got lane 5 out in front, but not far behind is E-Course. They're about bar to stern.
It does.
That's not a lot of distance in a singles race.
It's like a half boat.
They're gonna put on the gas here. It's who can step up that rate, keep the power, and maintain technique all the way through the finish. Still looking long and strong there in lane 5.
Yeah, he's pulled out ahead a bit. Now a full boat length ahead.
And that's Greater Dayton crossing the finish line, followed by E-Course. And lane 6, Lincoln Park, rounding out the medalists. Of course, we try our best here in the announcer's tent, but official results are available at the Shimano tent. All announcements are unofficial in nature.
Medalists, once you check out your results, you can head over to the grandstand, the awards grandstand, pick up your medals and trophies, and have some pictures taken. Lining up now at the starting block, event number 105, the Women's Open 4 final. In lane 1, Lincoln Park. Lane 2, DC Strokes. Lane 3, Minneapolis. Lane 4, CRI. Lane 5, Capital B. And in lane 6, Capital A. Working with the aligner now to get those boats ready.
Different from the quads that we saw earlier in the afternoon, these fours are sweep boats, each rower having one oar. These boats also have a coxswain, calling out to their crewmates and making sure the boat is staying on course.
And they're off in the Women's Open 4.
Strong start in this A category race.
Out in front after 100 meters in lane 4, CRI in the red boat. Past 500 meters in the Women's Open 4. Current leader in lane 4, CRI. It's a dead heat for second place. Lanes 3 and 5, Minneapolis and Capital B. They're still in it, halfway through the race.
This afternoon, we're going to see some really close races, folks.
Now entering the last 250 meters of the race.
Strong showing by both CRI and their fans here at the 250-meter mark. Just feeling the excitement. Putting on open water over second and third place. Looks like Minneapolis just has a small edge over lane 5, Capital B. The battle for silver here is going to be really exciting as we come to the finish, Rob. Look at CRI hammer away at those catches as they approach the finish line. They're really leaving it all out there. That's a gold medal effort if I've ever seen one. Minneapolis, though, gained some ground on them up in second place. Then that's Capital B, rounding out the medal. That's the women's 4. in the A category.
Up next on the starting docks, event number 106, the men's heavyweight double C category. They're off, passing the 20-meter mark.
In lane 1, we've got a composite belt with GRC and Malta. Lane 2, FWRC, led by Carr. CRI composite. In lane 3, lane 4, 612 Endurance. Lane 5, a composite WRRA. And lane 6, Michigan.
Lane 4, 612 composite leading at the 100-meter mark. Spreading out a bit in the first quarter of the race. 612 pulling away by a boat length with a cluster of other boats hanging together in second.
This is a C category race with the average age of the rowers being between 43 and 49.
Approaching the midpoint in the race, we've got a lot of boats in contention here. At the 500-meter mark, lane 6, Michigan, lane 4, 612, and lane 2, a composite boat with FWRC, are all neck and neck. Plus in lane 3, we've got a composite boat with CRI that's still in the hunt.
Anything can happen at this point. It's anybody's race.
This is going to be a great finish.
Watch as the bow rowers check out the position of their counterparts as they haul across the 250 meters left. They are moving. That's a composite boat putting on a sprint. Wow,
lane
look at
4.
them go. Lane 2 really coming together too.
Currently lane 4 in first, lane 2 in second, and it looks like lane 6 in third.
Boy, can Michigan put on some steam to compete for second here. Boy, that 612 composite boat just cruising into the finish.
They look really strong. Oh, it's a fight for silver.
It looks like the composite boat in lane 2. Of course, all official results, you have to go to the Shimano tent.
Looked like Michigan in lane 6 in third place. Now aligning at the start line, the finals for Women's Open Single C category. In lane 1, Dallas. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Minneapolis. Lane 4, Chinook. Lane 5, Leander. Lane 6, Minneapolis B. The aligners working on getting the bow balls perfectly lined up at the start. right, we have alignment. And we're off. In the women's open single C category, with masters age 43, 49. First 100 meters. Strong start in lane 1, Dallas. Lane 4, Chinook. Still very close.
You know, Rob, I always like watching singles. It's the true manifestation of perseverance. There's no hiding out there on the course.
No, it's very easy in a bigger boat to, to look at other people in the boat and put the focus elsewhere and, let somebody else row up to the start. And there's none of that in a single. It's all you. I mean, that's what I do. I try to hide in those big boats. Midway through the race, in lane number 5, Leander, followed by a half boat length by Minneapolis in lane 6.
Lane 5, Leander, represented by Christine Henry, looking really long and controlled in the last half of this race here.
We're going to have a battle for second and third, though.
Dallas and Minneapolis are definitely in the hunt here. We'll find out who really has the strength in the legs here as we enter the last 250 meters. Lane 5, Leander still out in front, but only half a boat. Lane 6, Minneapolis, right there with her.
And it's a dead heat right now for third between lanes 1 and 3, Dallas and Minneapolis.
We could have a 2-3 finish for Minneapolis, but Dallas still strong in the hunt. And we know, especially in any of these races, anything can happen in the last 150 meters. Who can put on that anaerobic sprint to that finish?
Still a half boat length between first and second, lanes 5 and 6.
Strength training really coming into play. Oh, it's
so close at the end. Few feet separate.
Leander and Minneapolis, and it looks like we have a 2-3 finish for Minneapolis today in the women's open single C category. Leander, Minneapolis, and Minneapolis.
Off from the start now, approaching the first quarter of the course. In event number 108, the men's heavyweight double. Category E, in lane 1, Winnipeg. Lane 2, Texas Rowing. Lane 3, a composite boat with NYA. Lane 4, composite with ROC. Lane 5, Saugatuck. And lane 6, composite with BHBC.
In the E category, We'll find an average boat age between 55 and 59. In the bow of lane 4, you'll find a local fan favorite, Rick Anderson from Rockford, Michigan.
The muscles are really ripping in this category. Now crossing the halfway point.
Yeah, these competitors aren't giving anything up in this race.
We've got 4 boats all right on top of each other.
Neck and neck. If they all tried to make a move at that 500-meter mark, I mean, they stuck together. And they're still just going at it.
Currently looks like the lead is the composite boat in lane 3, but still tight competition from lanes 2 and 4. Texas and another composite boat, ROC.
On the screen, we're seeing Texas there. Looking strong. Lane 4. They're in the last sprint here, folks. Watch them, watch them, watch them. This is a race among races.
What a close finish.
That's lanes 3 and 4. I don't know who came in third, Rob.
Yeah, that was really close. Could
Wow.
have been lane 2 Texas, but you're going to have to check with Shimano on that one.
Lane 3 being the composite boat with NYC.
Very competitive event there.
Lane 4, the composite boat with local rowing favorite Rick Anderson.
Just off the start now, event number 109, the Women's Open 8, E category. There's 4 shells in this event. In lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, a composite boat with BIAC. Lane 4, composite CPR. And in lane 5, composite MSTRS.
A lot of composite boats in this race, Rob. What does that mean?
Well, you know, in these other higher age categories, it's probably going to be really challenging to put together a club boat in some of these age categories, especially for an 8, because you need so many competitors to make that happen. So the composite categories really allow people to row, even if you can't pull together enough people from a single club.
That makes sense all day long. And we're seeing those composite boats row really hard in this event. Lane 4, the composite with CPR, looking strong.
About a boat length ahead of lane 5. And pulling away.
Yeah, starting to see some open water here. I have a feeling that we're not going to see a lot of that this afternoon. We're going to see some close races here. That's the 500-meter mark.
Definitely. Lane 5 in the lead, with Lane 4 maintaining a solid second place as they enter the final 250 meters of the course.
See second place really turning it on right here, bridging the gap of open water. Those two composite boats, they're not just going to give it to them.
And Saugatuck, only 4 seats down from bronze. Can they turn it on in the last 200 meters of the race?
Seeing a dominant performance on lane 4. Taking it in strong. That's a composite boat in lane 4, CPR. Composite boat in lane 3. And lane 5, rounding out the medal contenders. And Saugatuck finishing out the pack.
Off the start already is event number 110, the men's heavyweight single, G category. The G category is for rowers age 65 to 69, and you'd never know it the way these guys have launched from the start.
Yeah, lane 5, Lincoln Park. Really edging people out of the gates here.
In lane 1, Jacksonville. Lane 2, Dallas. Lane 3, Ann Arbor. Lane 4, Palm Beach. Lane 5, Lincoln Park. And in lane 6, Rio Salado.
Wait a minute, say that age category one more time for me, Rob.
I know, it's hard to
These
believe.
guys are moving.
This is hard to believe watching, but this is the G category, age 65 to 69. Cruising down the course.
And look at Lincoln Park there. He is just looking steady and strong. Lane 4 has some nice long strokes though.
These guys, I think at this point, these guys have mastered their technique. They've mastered their pacing. Look at this. These guys in the lead, they're not like trying to crush this thing. They are taking very measured strokes. And look at that.
Yeah, they know where they are at the halfway point, and they know what they need to do.
Lane 4, Palm Beach, ahead by half a boat. Ahead of Lincoln Park in lane 5.
He's making his move, putting it on.
And in lane 1, Jacksonville.
Very calculated races here happening in the men's heavyweight single category.
Once again, we're seeing the moves being made at the halfway mark. That 500-meter mark seems to be the point in the finals where people are turning it on.
Yeah, we really do see that. You know, everybody's picking it up at the finish. But a lot of difference-making moves happening at the 500-meter mark.
You know, it's definitely a strategy point to decide when you want to make that move, because it really makes a big difference.
Absolutely. Still looking strong in lane 5, Lincoln Park, as they approach 200 meters left. Let's not forget about lane 6 out there. Sorry, that's lane 4, Palm Beach. And lane 5, Lincoln Park.
You know,
not to be forgotten is Jacksonville in lane 1.
Yeah, lane 1's really making a move here in the last 250.
Well, Palm Beach cruising. He knows he's going to cross that finish line quickly. Look at him go. Nice long strokes. Good reach at the catch.
Getting all the water at the finish.
That's how you finish a singles race, folks. Leaving it all out on the course.
Lane 4, Palm Beach.
Michael Tabay from Palm Beach. Oh, and it's close for second and third. Ooh.
Lane 5, Lincoln Park looks to be in second, followed by Jacksonville in lane 1.
We're seeing a lot of great action. A great spot to see the action is from the beer tent.
You know, if you're thinking about checking these boats out or they're making a move here, and the race is really heating up, that beer tent's got a great spot there. You know, right in the heat of the action. You can really get a bird's eye view right out there on the edge of the water. Now, in event 111, the women's lightweight 4 D category, the final. In lane 1, a composite boat with CLRA. Lane 2, Carnegie Lake. Lane 3, Chinook. Lane 4, Upper Peninsula. That's the UP, baby. Lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 6, CRI.
CRI looking strong out there in lane 6. Lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Chinook. Neck and neck.
Be sure to call everybody back home and let them know that they can tune in to the live stream at youtube.com/USRowing.org.
Yeah, we've got about 200 meters left in this race. CRI about astern with Saugatuck out there in lane 5. But it's still a battle for second and third, Rob, as they sprint with about 100 meters left. Everybody's leaving it all out there today, Rob.
This is it. Last chance.
And that's lane 6, CRI. Lane 5, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Chinook.
Just off the start, event number 112, the Men's Club 4. This race features rowers in categories G and H, ages 65 through 70 average. In lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, Saugatuck. And lane 4, Riverfront Recap. The Men's Club 4. Now midway down the course.
Really love watching these races with experienced rowers out there. Rowing's a great sport for all ages. A great cardiovascular activity that's friendly on your joints. Great way to keep social. If you're local to Grand Rapids, check out the Learn to Row classes at the Grand Rapids Rowing Association, grrowing.org. Getting into the last 250 meters here for the men's Club 4 G through J category. Out in front, lane 2 from San Diego. Saugatuck and Riverfront Recap battling it out for second and third. Both San Diego and Saugatuck are in the G category. Riverfront Recap being in the H category. H category being an average age of 70 years young. But San Diego putting it on, looking strong. In the final meters of the race. And there they go across the finish line. San Diego Rowing Club. And there's Saugatuck and Riverfront Recap. Ooh. Strong finish there, folks. In the men's Club 4 final. Already on the course, we have the women's lightweight A through C quad. Quad being different from the 4, the quads are sculling boats. These particular quads do not feature a coxswain, meaning they are blind boats. They have to guide their way through those buoys while looking backward.
The women in this event, a lightweight event, weigh no more than 130 pounds each.
Right now we're looking at Minneapolis, lane 5. Lane 4, you'll find Atlanta. Lane 3, Saugatuck. And lane 2, a composite boat with CPTRC. In this race, average boat ages range from 37 to 52. In the last 250 meters, this one's for you out there, you folks out there out in the beer tent playing bingo. They are really leaving it all out there. And that's Minneapolis, folks. Atlanta in lane 4. And the composite boat in lane 2. Boy, next event already underway. And it looks like we've got Potomac out there cruising in the men's heavyweight 4. This is the Coxless 4. A sweet boat. And Potomac. Wow. Look at those guys go.
In the men's heavyweight straight 4, in lane 1, Omaha. Lane 2, Potomac. Lane 3, Riverfront Recap. Lane 4, Wyandotte. Lane 5, Texas Rowing. And lane 6, San Diego. This is categories AA and A. AA is our youngest categories, featuring rowers aged 21 to 26. A category is 27 to 35. They're now past the midway point in the men's heavyweight straight four.
You know, something I'd like to point out about this Potomac boat, you can really see at the catch they're engaging their leg with every stroke. You know, a lot of non-rowers out there really don't see the leg.
Right, they see the arms, they see the upper body movement, they think it's all an arm sport, and that's just a fraction of it, a small fraction. It's all legs.
Yeah, the legs at the catch here, really driving that Potomac boat. That Potomac boat easily cruising into the last 250 meters of the race.
Wow, they are ahead by like 3 boat lengths. What a strong showing.
We got lane 5, Texas out there in a strong second place. But we've got some competition for third here, folks. It is close. Potomac now crossing the finish line. Dominant effort by the Potomac Club in that race. Oh, looks like we've got a clash in lanes 4 and 5 between Wyandotte and Texas.
Lane 6, San Diego just crossed the finish, but there's a tie-up in the race.
Yeah. Boy, this one's going to be up to the officials to determine what happened there.
You know, that's one of the challenges in these straight fours where you have no coxswain. And now we've got 8 coming down the river. This should be interesting. They're going to have to clear those straight fours out of there. They're at a dead standstill now.
You know, the straight fours, pretty easy to get outside your lane without having a coxswain guiding the boat.
Yeah, especially when you're, you know, in the final throes of a race, really trying to pour it on.
But these 8s are moving fast down the course.
So the 8s coming down now are from event 115, the mixed 8 A category. The mixed boats in the 8s feature 4 men and exactly 4 women plus a coxswain. In lane 2, Lincoln Park. Lane 3, Capitol. Lane 4, DC Strokes. And lane 5, Austin.
Quite the average age range in these boats. Lincoln Park, the youngest, average age 28 in lane 2. Lane 4, DC Strokes, average age 39. You can really see the youthful vigor there in Lincoln Park. Lane 2, holding strong. And lane 5, Austin, in contention at the 500-meter mark. Men and women really coming together there for Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park now entering the last quarter of the race.
Let's not forget about Austin, though, in second. It's about half a boat length.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 seats out for Boston, and just 3 seats off of Boston
Looks like we've got Capital.
Capital A.
Picking up the stroke rates here.
Looking at the finish, we could have a real race here for second.
They are stepping it up over there in Austin. Lincoln Park maintaining strength. That's Lincoln Park crossing the finish line, followed by Austin and Capital.
That was a really impressive job on a part of our officials and athletes to clear that tangle from that last event.
Oh, yeah.
With those 8s charging down the river.
Absolutely. I'm interested to hear the outcome of that.
In the first 100 meters now for the next event, number 116, the men's heavyweight 8 in the B category. In lane 2, Chicago. Lane 3, Potomac. Lane 4, DC Strokes. Lane 5, Capital. Lane 6, CRU. Off to an early start with a 5-seat lead. Potomac in lane 3.
Rob, we've already seen a lot of good rowing out of Potomac today. The Potomac Boat Club out of Washington, D.C. finished in second last year in the overall points with 496 points and 20 gold medals. In second place to the Saugatuck Rowing Club out of Westport, Connecticut, who won Masters Nationals in Sarasota last year.
I haven't seen the final results yet, and we've still got a lot more racing to do, but it seems like Potomac's putting on a really strong showing this year.
They certainly are. And this race is no different.
I tell you what, there's nothing like watching 4 8s side by side, 4 down the course.
Looking strong. That's Potomac. They've got about 6 seats on lane 5 in second place. Lane 5, Capital A. This is the heavyweight B category. Average age is 36 to 42. And it's a lot tighter of a race between 1 and 2.
It's now down to 2 seats.
Down to 2 seats as Capital pours it on. Capital and Potomac. The battle royale for gold and silver.
Turning on the sprint in the end.
Look at Capital. Oh, man. We've got a race here, folks. This is exciting. This is one you need to watch. Capital and Potomac battling it out. Oh, man. Who's it going to be? Oh, I don't know, Rob.
Too close to call.
Too close to call.
You know what? That one's a little outside my pay grade. Third place looks like lane 4. DC Strokes. That was intense. That was so close.
A lot of good representation coming from DC. In the men's heavyweight B category. Wow.
That was amazing. Off the start already. Event number 117. The Women's Open Quad in the B category. In lane 2, a composite boat with BIAC. Lane 3, Genesee. In lane 4, CPR Composite. In lane 5, Lincoln Park. And in lane 6, Vesper.
I just can't get over that last race, Rob. I mean, so much Washington, D.C. representation there. And they were just giving it to each other.
I'm really I'm looking forward to the photo finish that we'll see on Twitter for that one.
Oh, man.
That's going to be amazing.
That's one that's going to go down in the book for Washington, D.C. rowing.
If you haven't had lunch, now's a good time to stop by the vendor village. Lots of great choices, including pizza from the Grand Rapids Junior Boosters. Stop by the vendor village, or hit the beer garden and grab a brew along with a great view of the race. So we have a variety of items available at our Lost and Found. The Lost and Found is located at the volunteer tent, which is the yellow and white tent at the end of the path, across from registration down by Boat Launch 1. We have, let's see, a white cell phone with a black case, sunglasses, a pink water bottle, a San Diego hat, a pair of eyeglass frames. So lots of stuff there. Yesterday, they texted me and said they had a pair of keys, but it turned out they were my keys. So, Lost and Found, down at the volunteer tent, yellow and white tent across from registration.
Could you see if that who was in third or?
Now heading into towards the finish in the women's open quad. Crossing first in lane 2, composite BIAC, followed by lane 4, composite CPR. And in third, looks like Vesper. Now up in the starting line at the north end of the race course, just north of Boat Launch 2. We are aligning for event number 118, the men's heavyweight 4 in the D category. In lane number 1, Chicago Training. In lane 2, Ann Arbor. In lane 3, composite WRRA WYN. In lane 4, Potomac. In lane 5, Detroit. And in lane 6, Bay Verte.
Category D features an average boat age between 50 and 54.
And we are still running like clockwork. On time and on schedule. Huge thanks to everybody making that possible, from volunteers to officials. And the flag is down and we're off in the men's heavyweight 4. People on the docks, people out on the water, control, everybody helping to keep this thing running along smoothly. Huge thanks to you guys.
That's Potomac in lane 4, out to an early lead.
Close second in lane 1, Chicago Training. The Master category was first introduced in 1979 and is open to competitors aged 21 and older. The Master National Championship is one of USRowing's largest domestic regattas. A total of 199 national titles will be awarded at Master Nationals. For events with more than 6 entries, heats occur in the morning, followed by afternoon finals with reviewing now. Today features events 100 through 150.
Red shirt or white shirt?
And these are all finals this afternoon. Hardware given for the races that you're seeing cruise down the course today. Speaking of cruising, look at that Potomac boat. Wow. Those guys really throwing down the gauntlet.
If you found a beige Tilly hat, please return to the Lost and Found. It has a great deal of sentimental value. Please return to the Lost and Found, a beige Tilly hat. The Lost and Found is located at the volunteer tent, the yellow and white tent across from registration, close to Boat Launch 1. Thank you.
And here they go into the final sprint. Potomac out in front. A little bit of open water there. Over lane 1, Chicago Training. Looks like third is rounded out by Bay Verte out there in lane 6. From Green Bay. Those fellas from Potomac making it look easy as they put their sprint on. Those are some strong, long strokes. And lane 1, Chicago Training kept up with them. That's lane 6, Bay Verte.
Lane 5, CRI. Now the finals for event number 119, Women's Club 4, D category. In lane 1, New Trier. In lane 2, Baltimore. Lane 3, Rock Creek. Lane 4, East Arm. Lane 5, CRI. And lane 6, Minneapolis. Lane 4, East Arm out to a 1-seat lead at the first 100 meters of the race.
This is a Category D race featuring an average boat age between 50 and 54. We talk a lot about age here at Masters Nationals, and I'd like to highlight last year's oldest competitor, 84-year-old Alvin Feldman of the Stewards Foundation, competed in the men's J single sculls and men's lightweight J single sculls. In the heavyweight race, he competed against Minneapolis Rowing Club's 82-year-old Arnold Land. Following the oldest age categories race, gold medal winner Land stopped his boat to wait for the silver medal winner Feldman so that they could row to the dock together. Land will be racing in the men's J heavyweight and lightweight sculls again this year for the Lake Leelanau Rowing Club. That heavyweight J single will be the last event featured today, so make sure that you stick around to watch it. It'll be at 5:18. Boy, if I needed a place to watch that race, Rob, where would be a good spot?
Let me think. A good spot to watch the race. You know what? I don't know about that, but I'm kind of thirsty. Let me think about this a little bit more and get back to you.
I can tell you, it'll be just after 5 o'clock. Not somewhere, but right here in Grand Rapids.
Here in Grand Rapids, Thirsty, a place to watch. Hang on, it's coming to me. Do things grow there?
They do.
Okay, all right. I'm narrowing in on it.
You know, different strokes for different folks, Rob.
Okay, like rowers.
Like
Rowers are kind of different folks.
Yeah.
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 You know, the beer garden.
Yes. Yes, with different strokes being our long rower beer. Featured beer brewed with Gravel Bottom Brewery and the Grand Rapids Rowing Association. But we've got the race here in front of us.
Final 200 meters. Looks like lane 4. Tallahassee. They've got a
lane 4, East Arm. That's lane 4, East Arm, showing strong as they sprint to that finish line, pushing each stroke, accelerating to the finish.
solid 2-boat lead over second place in lane 5, CRI.
Close competition for third there between Baltimore and Rock Creek.
Very close. Now just off the start, event number 120, the men's heavyweight 4 final. In lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, a composite boat with Detroit Boat Club. Lane 4, Tallahassee. And lane 5, Island Lake. San Diego off to an early start, a 3-seat lead after 100 meters.
These Cox 4s in the F category feature an average boat age between 60 and 64.
And you wouldn't know it by looking at them. They are cruising down the river.
That's lanes 2 and 3 we're seeing there, folks. Lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, a composite boat with the Detroit Boat Club and GRC.
Now a 1-seat difference.
If you can't see it, the boat name for that San Diego team is Stay Classy. And boy, are they looking classy there, battling for first and second place.
If you're looking for information about this regatta, check out our website, 2014nationals.us. Parking, activities, things to do, classifieds, feedback, it's all there.
Still a battle here between the fours and first and second. The Detroit Boat Club composite out in the lead. But San Diego not giving up. Staying classy with a strong second place position. And that's the composite with the Detroit Boat Club and San Diego Rowing Club in second place. And they were quite a distance ahead of lane 4. Tallahassee there. Rounding out the medal category in the men's heavyweight 4F.
We're now underway in event number 121, the Women's Club 8. This event features categories E and F. In lane 1, Minneapolis. Lane 2, Genesee. Lane 3, Duluth. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5, Upper Peninsula. Lane 6, Saugatuck. So, for the people not from this area, the Upper Peninsula is the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And for the people in this area, Saugatuck is from Connecticut.
How about that, Rob?
It all depends on where you live. It's all about perspective.
This is a club race, which means that every rower in the boat and the coxswain live within 50 miles of the rowing club that they represent.
The West Michigan Sports Commission hosts a diverse level of sporting events to positively impact the economy and quality of life in the region. Since its inception in 2007, the WMSC has booked nearly 300 sporting events and tournaments that have attracted 315,000 athletes and visitors, generating more than $100 million in spending. Thanks to the West Michigan Sports Commission for helping make this event possible. Be sure to visit their booth in the beer garden to get all of your local visitor information and to sign up for a 50-50 raffle.
Wait, Rob, did you say 50-50 raffle?
I said 50-50 raffle.
And where can I buy tickets for the 50-50 raffle, Rob?
At the West Michigan Sports Commission table in the beer garden.
See you in the beer garden. And this is the Women's Club 8, cruising down the course here. Closest to us, you'll find Minneapolis, rowing strong. Looks like San Diego out there, just like their former counterparts, staying classy. Minneapolis really pulling together there. But they're neck and neck with San Diego as they're laying on the sprint. Oh, looks like San Diego edging out Minneapolis at the finish, followed by Saugatuck. Ooh, action-packed finish there.
Very competitive.
These club races are a lot of fun, especially the 8s. They're so exciting to watch.
I'll tell you what's exciting. We have an exciting event coming up next. This is event number 122, the men's heavyweight single in the H category. H. You know what the H category is, Jordan?
No, I don't, Rob. Can you enlighten me a little bit?
The H category is rowers who are 70 and older.
Whoa.
70 to 74. Plus, in this event, we have one rower in the I category, 75 to 79, in this case 78 years young.
I know you can't see my face out there from the beer tent, but boy, my mind was just blown. 'Cause I'm watching the screen here, and these guys aren't showing their age and their strokes at all.
Probably the only difference that I can identify is their headgear. That's about it. Everything else looks the same to me. In lane 1, Saugatuck. Lane 2, Cambridge C. Lane 3, Cambridge A. Lane 4, Cambridge B. Lane 5, St. Louis. And Lane 6, Detroit A. What is in the water in Cambridge?
You know, I really feel like events like this showcase what U.S. rowing and rowing in general is really all about. You know, great cardiovascular activity, joint friendly, you can compete at any age. And U.S. rowing is a big part of pushing that mission forward of rowing in the United States. U.S. Rowing is a nonprofit membership organization recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for the sport of rowing in the United States. U.S. Rowing selects, trains, and manages the teams that represent the U.S. in international competition, including the World Championships, Pan American Games, and the Olympics. More than 75,000 individuals and 1,200 organizations strong, U.S. Rowing serves to promote the sport at all levels of competition, including races like this one, where these gentlemen are cruising down the race course. For more information on U.S. Rowing, you can check out usrowing.org.
Now entering the final 250 meters of the course, the men's heavyweight single, the final for the H category.
Looks like we've got a real competition in this race.
We've got
too,
a
Rob.
race here. Lane 5 Saugatuck is in a dead heat.
Looks like lane 3.
Cambridge
A.
They are in a dead heat, folks. They're about 150 from the finish. If you're in the beer garden, take a look out at this.
This is a great time to cheer too, folks. Cheer these fellas on as they go to the finish. We've got lane 5, St. Louis, represented by Cook. Lane 3, Cambridge A, represented by Lee.
Both age 70, 7-0.
7-0. And they are going at it.
Amazing form. Amazing.
Oh, it looks like St. Louis. Cook just edges out Lee, Cambridge. Great racing from our masters in the H category. And a strong showing by Cambridge here. 3 boats in this race from Cambridge. Lanes 2, 3, and 4.
Somebody buy those guys a beer. Off the start now. Event number 123, the men's heavyweight pair. C category. Love these pairs.
Yeah, we talked about the pair a little bit earlier in the week, Rob. It's really a unique boat.
This is a very challenging boat to row.
With only 1 oar each, the 2 rowers really have to understand each other. To balance the boat out, they have to have exact handle height and timing with every single stroke.
You know what else is impressive about the pair? You know, in a bigger boat, a 4 and 8, you know, you've got a lot of people to balance out the power between port and starboard. So if you're off a little bit, you know, the averages of your side balance out. You don't have that luxury in a pair. in a pair, you have to match the power of your partner very closely. You have a little bit of steering control, but you really have to match the power.
Yeah, just getting that boat to go straight down those lanes is part of the game in a pair.
Absolutely. Now midway down the course.
We've got Pocock in lane 6. No, Potomac, excuse me. Potomac in lane 6.
Also out on the course, lane 5, Greater Columbus. Lane 4, Omaha. In lane 3, Austin. And in lane 2, Saugatuck. Yeah, it takes a lot of skill out there in the pair.
Really looking strong here as they approach the last 250 meters of the race. We've got Potomac out there in lane 6 with their signature red and white star.
Lane 3, Austin coming up second. And in lane 2, in third place, Saugatuck. Yeah, but it looks like Potomac's going to walk away with this one. Very strong.
Very strong strokes here. Coming out of the DC area. And that's Potomac. And moving fast across the finish line there was Austin in lane 3. And 2, Saugatuck.
That's Greater Columbus in lane 5. And in lane 4, Omaha.
We've really got an action-packed race coming up for you here next.
You're going to want to see this one, folks. We got 6 lanes of 8. Event number 124A, the A category of the men's club 8.
These
aligning now.
Will be moving fast down the course.
In lane 1, Capital. Lane 2, Riverfront Recap. Lane 3, Lincoln Park A. Lane 4, Lincoln Park B. Lane 5, Potomac. Lane 6, CRU. And the flag is up, and they're off.
You know, I think this is another race that might fuel the rivalry here between Potomac and Capital.
Absolutely.
You know, we saw them in the 8 race earlier in the day, battling each other out for first and second. A lot of excitement between those DC crews.
And after 100 meters, Potomac is out by barely a seat.
Yeah, Lincoln Park really showing strong in lane 3. Good showing by Lincoln Park.
6 lanes deep of 8. It's a beautiful sight.
And they're rowing hard out there. This is going to be a fast race for these 8 in the low 3-minute range, and they're going to be pushing it the whole time. You know, the question's going to become who's going to make the moves when, and are they going to be able to stay together, stay strong, and keep that focus?
And will it be enough when they make that move?
That's right.
Crossing the halfway mark. Potomac, lane 5, looking strong. In lane 3, Lincoln Park. about 7 or 8 seats behind. You know, the way that Potomac's jumping out in some of these events, it's making it really difficult for other clubs to walk up on them.
It certainly is. They're getting such strong starts. By the 500-meter mark, I mean,
it's too late.
If the other team's making a move, I mean, they have to sustain that advantage for the rest of the race.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And there they come with 250 meters left. Man, these boats are just moving so fast. Potomac out there cruising. They've got a little bit of open water over Lincoln Park, and Lincoln Park has solidified second place over the other Lincoln Park boat in lane 4.
And there's a big gap after that right now. It's going to be hard to close that gap to get a medal.
Yeah, so we're going to see, we have potential here to see silver and bronze go to Lincoln Park. But Potomac continuing to solidify their golden style of rowing with another win in the men's heavyweight club 8. And that's Lincoln Park in lane 3, just crossing the finish line right now. Also Lincoln Park in lane 4. Strong showing by Lincoln Park.
Riverfront in lane 2 and CRU in lane 6. Off to start now, a duel, event number 124, category B, the men's club 8. In lane 3, DC Strokes. In lane 4, Virginia. Lane 4, Virginia off to a solid full boat lead, 250 meters into the race.
As a reminder, in this duel, we have lane 3, DC Strokes, and lane 4, Virginia A. This is the B category of the men's club 8. Last race we saw was the A category of the men's club 8. The B category features rowers with an average age between 36 and 42. In this race, we see lane 4, Virginia, sporting an average age of 36, and DC Strokes, lane 3, a youthful average of 41 years young in the DC Strokes boat in lane 3. Lane 4 showing very strong as they are in the last 200 meters of their race, and they've got about 3 boat lengths of open water. Maybe more. In the duel versus Virginia in lane 4. Strong form from DC Strokes. That was lane 4, Virginia. And still finishing up the race DC Strokes. Putting on their sprint to the finish. And there they go. Getting into some of the mixed boats here. Right here we have mixed quad in the G category. G category boats sporting an average age between 65 and 69. Lane 2, we have a composite boat with MSRA. Lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Texas Rowing. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, FRA. And they're off. Quad's really exciting to watch that quick stroke rate right out of the gate. 4 scullers make up a quad, with typically the bowmost person responsible for the direction of the boat. Not just rowing, but making sure that they're going straight and making commands to the fellow teammates. It's a key role of the bow person in a quad boat. You're watching on the screen, looking at lane 6, composite boat with FRA, average age 65. Showing nice, strong, consistent strokes. As they approach the 500-meter mark with a halfway point in the race. It looks like that's lane 5 in second place. San Diego, the elder statesman here, with an average boat age of 69. Now in the last 250 meters of the race. And you can see the boat stepping it up. As a composite boat with FRA, lane 6, only has 2 seats over San Diego. And this is the final, folks. This is for the medals. A good time to make some noise and cheer on your crews here as they finish. The last 100 meters of the race. These quads are looking strong in the G category. And that's FRA, the composite boat, leading San Diego to the finish line.
Come on, baby!
And in lane 4, Texas Rowing. Lane 2, the composite boat of MSRA.
Up next on the course, we've got another quad race underway. It's the mixed quad in the H category. Lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, a composite boat with Colorado Rowing and the Atlanta Rowing Club. And lane 5, PBC and RRC.
The H category is master rowers with an average age of 70 to 74 in the crew.
Look at how together lane 5 is. PBC and RRC. Perfectly together. They cross that 500-meter mark.
Great timing, great form. Now in the final quarter of the race,
in the lead, we've got lane 5, the composite boat of PBC and RRC. There's significant open water over the rest of the path. It looks like we've got the composite boat of Colorado and Atlanta, lane 4. Lane 3, Saugatuck.
this lead boat is rock solid.
Yeah, folks, you're out there at the finish line. Make some noise as this boat crosses.
These guys look amazing.
Average age of 74 in the PBC RRC boat.
Great technique, great
and they
timing.
are looking awesome.
Amazing.
That quad moving across the finish line. Lane 5. Up next, we'll see the Colorado Rowing and Atlanta Rowing Club composite boat crossing the finish line. In the category H, average age of 70. Followed by the Saugatuck Club, average age 72.
Now off from the start, event number 126, the women's lightweight 4 in the B category. In lane 2, Capital A. In lane 3, Ann Arbor. Lane 4, CRA. And in lane 5, Lincoln Park. Still in the first 100 meters of the race. No, actually they're a lot farther down. They're like halfway.
They are halfway, and they are neck and neck.
Wow.
First, second, third,
Still
lane
so close.
3, 4, 5. Neck and neck. This is an exciting one.
Boy, they are so close. This far down the race. It really looked like the start of the race.
Yeah, and they are bow ball to bow ball.
That just doesn't sound right.
If you like the different strokes of my commentary, stop on down to the beer garden and get a taste of different strokes. The Long Rower beer from Gravel Bottom Brewery.
Each day features a special brewer at the beer garden with a brewmaster on hand to answer your questions. Today's featured brewer, New Holland Brewery from Holland, Michigan. Today, the beer garden is open till 6 p.m.
Lane 3, 4, and 5 still at it.
Wow.
In the last 200 meters of the race here. Oh, and that's lane 3. Lane 3, Ann Arbor. Stepping it up.
Doing the 250 sprint to the end.
They are flexing their muscles there in lane 3, Ann Arbor. But CRI and Lincoln Park, I mean, it's close, folks.
This is going to be a finish.
This is a finish you want to watch. Get loud, folks. Cheer on your team. Closest we have Ann Arbor in lane 3. Next, CRI in lane 4 and Lincoln Park in lane 5. Watch them as they come to the finish. Ann Arbor lane 3, Lincoln Park, and then CRI.
So close.
Wow. Good racing there by the women in the lightweight B final. That race was for all the marbles. You know what else is your chance to win some marbles? Well, some dollars, Rob.
What's that?
The 50-50 raffle put on by the West Michigan Sports Commission.
Located in the beer garden.
In the beer garden.
Special thanks to the Grand Rapids JCs for hosting the beer garden. Heading down the course now, event number 127, the women's lightweight double. Category D, the final. In lane 1, Saugatuck. Lane 2, CLRA Composite. Lane 3, CPT LRC Composite. Lane 4, Island Lake. Lane 5, boy, there's a lot of acronyms here. Just it's another composite boat. And in lane 6, CPR.
This is a lightweight D category race. Women's double.
The lightweight women weighing less than 130 pounds in this category.
D, meaning age ranges 50 to 54. And that's an average of the two rowers in these boats. And these women are looking strong.
Lanes 3 and 5, both composite, out in the lead, followed closely by less than a boat length by lane 4, Island Lake.
Got a pretty close pack here, 1 through 4. Boy, about 1 and 2. It's a matter of feet.
Wow.
Between lane 5 and 3. Lane 5, composite, led by Dynan. Lane 3, composite, Nielsen. This is the sprint to the finish, folks. In the women's lightweight double.
It is neck and neck down the wire. Wow, this is a photo finish here. Lanes 3 and 5. 2 composite boats. followed by lane 4, Island Lake. I can't call that one, that's too close.
Yeah, that's one for the Shimano Results tent.
Absolutely, check it out there. We'll see the photo finish of that one posted later.
Looks like we found some stuff in the lost and found. A pair of brown Foster Grant reading glasses are in the lost and found. Also in the lost and found, an iPhone with a spec protective case. Also, would Andrea Parker please see the volunteer tent? Andrea Parker to the volunteer tent.
The volunteer tent is the yellow and white tent across from registration.
Now on the course, we're watching the men's heavyweight AA single. This is a final. If you remember, the heats were very competitive for this. We've got lane 1, Wyandotte A, lane 2, Capital A, lane 3, Texas Rowing, lane 4, Saugatuck, lane 5, Austin, and lane 6, Atlanta.
I think what we'll do with the lost and found is whatever's left over at the end of the week, we'll donate it to families supporting multiple junior rowers in one family.
I think that's fair, Rob. Hopefully there's some pizza left over at the end of the week.
White shirt. Under a dark shirt.
Midway down the race, in lane 4, Saugatuck, followed closely by half a boat. Lane 3, Texas Rowing. In the men's heavyweight single AA category, our youngest rowing category, ages 21 to 26. Rowing for medals this afternoon. All afternoon finals can be viewed on the live stream feed at youtube.com/USRowing.org. Now coming into view from our secret enclave at the 250-meter mark. They are still half a boat apart.
Looks like lane 4, Saugatuck in the lead, followed by lane 3, Texas. As they put on that sprint to the finish. There they go. It's time to get excited. Oh, it's
Still neck and neck down to
wow.
the finish.
That's Saugatuck. And Texas.
That was a huge push by Saugatuck. He went from a half boat lead to open water. He really poured it on at the end.
That was lane 6, Atlanta, coming in third.
Austin in 5, Wyandotte in lane 1, and Capital in lane 2. Now up at the start, preparing for event 129, the AA category of the women's lightweight single. Looks like they had a full start here. 2 boats in the women's lightweight single, and they're rowing backwards back to the start. This race features Taylor, age 24, from Lincoln Park, and Elizabeth Barnett, age 26 from Atlanta. They'll get back to the starting blocks, stake dots, and realign to restart the race. And they've started aligning for the women's lightweight single AA category with Lincoln Park and Atlanta. And here they go. Now off in the first 100 meters of the course. In lane 3, Lincoln Park, Sydney Taylor. And in lane 4, from Atlanta, Elizabeth Barnett. Lane 4, Atlanta, off to a solid lead in the first quarter of the race.
At lane 4, she's really got some zing in her stroke, Rob. You know what else has some zing? The Asian zing shots at Buffalo Wild Wings. Buffalo Wild Wings is a place for wings, beer, and sports. It's the ultimate place to gather with family and friends. Buffalo Wild Wings, a fun atmosphere with wings.
So, Jordan, if you had to pick a sauce that best represented your personality, which sauce would that be?
You know, Rob, I think I've been called a Caribbean jerk more than once. If you think announcing commentary like that is easy, it's not. But it is easy to get to the Speakeasy Lounge. The Speakeasy Lounge is known for their classic cocktails, tasty infusions, and plenty of fine craft beers. It doesn't stop there. For all you foodies nearby, you'll be delighted to find delicious, fresh, and price point friendly foods. You'll even have a chance to try featured sandwiches, signature sauces, or tasty pasta dishes. Drop by the Speakeasy Lounge today at 600 Monroe.
Downtown Grand Rapids. Cruising down the course now in the women's lightweight single AA category. In the lead, lane 4 from Atlanta, Elizabeth Barnett. Liz is now entering the final quarter of the race.
Lane 3, we're still seeing some strong rowing out of Taylor from Lincoln Park. Her spirit is certainly not sunk.
Some really nice rowing here. Lane 4 in Atlanta. Nice long strokes, strong finishes.
Yeah, look at that layback. Coming out of Elizabeth Barnett as she approaches the finish line. Boy, Rob, I'd say she left it all out there on the course.
Lane 4, Atlanta, Elizabeth Barnett. And in lane 3, from Lincoln Park, Sydney Taylor. Now crossing the midway point of the course, event number 129, Category A, the women's lightweight single. In lane 1, Jacksonville. Lane 2, Lincoln Park. Lane 3, CRI. Lane 4, Marin. Lane 5, Austin. Athletes, be sure to stop by the awards stage, the grandstand between the beer tent and the volunteer tent, to pick up your awards, your medals and trophies anytime, and grab a picture.
Yeah, we've got some strong rowing headed into the sprint portion, the final sprint portion of the race. Yeah, stepping on the gas.
In the lead in lane 4, Marin, Tara Walhart. And in lane 2 from Lincoln Park, Margaret Conway. Looking long and strong from Tara Walhart in lane 4. But here comes lane 2, Lincoln Park.
What are we going to see here, Rob? What are we going to see here?
Wow.
Lincoln Park is what we're going to see
Holy
there.
cow. Margaret Conway in lane 2. And Tara Walhart in lane 4.
Of course, that was a very close finish, folks. We call them like we see them, but we are not the official results. For official results, where should people go, Rob?
They should go to the Shimano tent for official results in the vendor village. Heading down the course now, just passing the 500-meter mark. Event number 130, the men's lightweight double in the C category. In lane 3, Malta. Lane 4, Wyandotte. And lane 5, Greater Columbus. The C category features master rowers with an average age of 43 to 49 or older. The age category is determined by the average age of all the rowers in the crew, not including any coxswain, and rounded down to the nearest whole number. The ages of individual rowers need not fall within the age category, so long as each rower is a master. Masters may compete in lower or younger category, but not in a higher category.
Boy, and this is the men's lightweight double in the C category, already in their final sprint. Lane 3, Malta. Really showing a together swing. That's Malta sprinting hard. Not far behind Greater Columbus, first and second. Ooh,
That's
a little
a
frustration
That's a tight finish.
out of the Greater Columbus boat. So much training goes into this, Rob. We just see such strong performance out of these rowers. Race in and race out.
We've got an exciting one lining up here now, Jordan. Event number 131, the Women's Club 8 in the C category. In lane 1, Western Reserve. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Genesee. Lane 4, Minneapolis. Lane 5, St. Louis. Lane 6, Mendota. The Women's Club 8.
In order to compete in a club event race, all members of the crew, including the coxswain, must be from the same club and live within 50 miles of that club.
Trade your cameras. Huh? Trade your cameras.
Still working on the alignment with these 6 lanes of 8. I love these events.
But your camera's nice too.
It's not that.
It looks pretty nice.
What kind of monitors do you have, by the way?
Pro HD.
Pro
Sounds
HD?
like we have alignment.
Boy, and this is when you feel nervous for him, Rob.
There goes the red flag up calling for attention, and it drops with a go. We're off.
And it is go time. Look at those stroke rates. Those boats accelerate through the start, putting on their first power strokes to establish themselves in the race.
First 100 meters are critical. Looks
Wow.
like lane 4,
Minneapolis.
is about 2 seats ahead, followed closely by lanes 3 and 5, Genesee and St. Louis, in the first 100 meters.
The race is young. Anything can happen here, folks. But man, you know, we've been seeing strong starts really making a difference throughout the day.
Absolutely. First half of the race is looking very critical.
Here in the finals, we're really going to see some exciting sprints. And I don't think this race is going to be any different. Because these boats, I mean, this is a competitive race we're looking at here.
We have a flotilla coming down the river now. Lanes 4 and 5, very tight. Minneapolis and St. Louis.
Just starting to edge out lane 6, Mendota. And that's the 500-meter mark. Minneapolis in the lead by 6 seats. And appeared to be extending that lead. Making a move at that 500-meter mark. You know, we talked earlier about that 500-meter mark being a critical place to make that move.
I'm beginning to think that these boats are starting their sprint at about the 10-meter line and then sprinting all the way for 1,000 meters.
Yeah, that's what you got to do here. They're really leaving it all out on the course. That's Minneapolis out in front in lane 4. They approach almost 200 left to go. The last sprint of the race here.
Could be a fight for second, though.
Oh, it's a
yeah.
battle. There are 3 boats right now that are potentially in contention for second place. That means one of those boats is walking away without a medal, and one of them is walking away with silver today. Oh, it's exciting. We've got lane 5, St. Louis. Looks like lane 2, CRI, lane 3, Genesee. I mean, it's close, folks. It's close.
Oh, wow. This is going to be an amazing finish.
Close. Wow.
Wow.
I don't know who got third place.
Wow.
I do not know who got third place.
That was tight.
It looks like maybe Genesee for second.
So competitive. So competitive. I think that's a photo finish for third right there.
That is a photo finish for third. Genesee maybe by a couple feet for second.
Now we're queuing up another set of 8s at the start line. Event number 132, the men's heavyweight 8 in the E category. In lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Detroit. Lane 4, San Diego. And lane 5, Genesee. The E category has an average age in each crew of 55 to 59, excluding the coxswain. The aligner is lining up the bow balls on each boat now.
The flag is dropped and the racing has commenced here in the men's heavyweight 8E category.
First 100 meters looks like lane 4, San Diego, with just an edge over lane 2, Saugatuck. Just a few feet.
Boy, both lane 2 and 4 really laid down the power in those first 20 strokes.
Crossing the first quarter of the race.
Seeing a lot of quality racing here today, Rob. When I think of quality, I think of Burke Porter Machinery. Burke Porter Machinery is a global supplier of state-of-the-art vehicle testing equipment and assembly solutions. Since 1953, the company's success has been based on their passion for investing in technology in the local community. On behalf of all employees at Burke Porter Machinery, we'd like to wish the competitors at Masters National Championships good luck.
Now approaching the halfway point in the men's heavyweight 8 E category.
We've got quite the battle here for first and second, Rob. San Diego and Saugatuck haven't given each other an inch out of the gate. I mean, they both sprinted hard, and they are, I don't know who's in the lead.
At 500, it looked like they were within a seat.
They're coming up into the final sprint here. And look at Saugatuck. Saugatuck makes their move. And they're about astern now.
They're pulling
with
away.
San Diego. Wow, biding their time. They weren't waiting to the 500-meter mark to make their move. They got it done at the 250. Wow. That is a blast of power from the Saugatuck team. What an impressive sprint put on by the Saugatuck crew. And that's Saugatuck having put on even a little bit of open water over San Diego in second place.
That was very impressive, the way they pulled away what looked like a very tight race for the first 3 quarters of the race.
Yeah, and then Genesee, lane 5. Yeah, some impressive strength from that Saugatuck crew to be able to enter that anaerobic portion of the race and just press it out.
Yes, so hard to make such a dramatic move that late in the race. Now queuing up at the start, event number 133 has alignment. The Women's Club 4. In lane 1, Potomac. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Annapolis. Lane 4, Duluth. Lane 5, Rocket City. Attention flag is up, and they're off. In lane 6, Rock Creek. This is an E category race.
You remember, Rob, Rocket City came off really strong in their heat earlier today. And it looks like this starts no different. But keeping up with them this time, lane 3, Annapolis. Looks like a really competitive spread across this race, though, Rob.
You know, when I watch Rocket City, the first thing I think is, what kind of batteries power those hats?
They sure do glow out there. Looking at quite an even pack here. We're approaching the 500-meter mark.
Crossing 500, we have 4 boats, all within 2 seats of each other.
Looks like lane 4, Duluth. Been just picking up pace over the first 500 meters.
Lane 6, Rock Creek, and lane 3, Annapolis. Looks like Rocket City's falling in lane 5.
Yeah, Duluth keeping it long and strong. Lane 4. Out there sporting the maroon and white. Now entering into the final sprint of the race, 250-meter mark. And this one's a thriller, folks. We've got Duluth out there in the front, maybe a 2-seat lead over lane 6, Rock City. Lane 6, Rock City. And lane 3, Annapolis. Look like they're tied for second.
And Rocket City's not out of it yet in lane 5, only 2 seats out of 3rd place.
It's a matter of who can step on the gas here.
Into the final 100 meters of the race, the Women's Club 4.
Will Duluth be able to hold it? Looks like they are so far. And will Rocket City be able to blast off into third place? That's Annapolis. They're in lane 3.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a photo finish for second right there.
Absolutely is, Rob. That was the women's club before for the hardware.
Now off the start in event 134, the men's heavyweight pair. Categories G, H, and J. We have 5 shells in this race. In lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, Riverfront Recap. Lane 4, Dallas. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, Island Lake. Lanes 3 and 4 in the H category. Lanes 5 and 6 in the G category. And lane 2 in the J category with an average age of 81.
Wait, what was the average age of that boat in lane 2?
81 from San Diego.
Okay, now is a good time to get out there and cheer on this race, folks. With an average age of 81 in lane 2, I mean, I can't quite fathom that.
Amazing.
These folks are doing amazing things out there on the race course.
And once again, these are pairs, so we're looking at precision synchronization, equal power, being perfectly in sync with your partner. You can't just jump into a pair.
Again, this is the men's heavyweight pair that we're watching in the G, H, and J category. They're now into the last 250 meters. And if these boats are crossing by you right now, make some noise, folks. This is categories G, H, and J. We've got ages 65 through 81. And those are average boat ages represented out on the course right now. Make some noise for your fellow rowers out there.
Jordan, I'm pretty sure that if you and I rowed a pair, we wouldn't make it past 10 meters.
I'm sure the boat would be flipped off the dock, Rob.
Not even that, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just say I wouldn't be taking my cell phone with me.
Yeah, right, me neither. That was...
Dallas in lane 4, category H. followed by San Diego in lane 5, category G.
Those pairs are passing you. Keep making noise, folks.
In lane 6, Island Lake, category G. Charging down the course now is event number 135, the men's lightweight 4. In lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, Riverfront. In lane 5, a composite boat with AARC. The lightweight category features men who weigh less than 160 pounds. Now in the final quarter of the race, the men's lightweight 4. In lane 3, San Diego, category E. Lane 4, Riverfront, category D. And in lane 5, composite AARC, category F. Now crossing the finish in lane 5, composite boat from AARC with an average age of 62. And in lane 3, San Diego, category E. Off to start now is event number 136 in the F category. The women's lightweight double. In lane 1, Lincoln Park. Lane 2, Carnegie Lake. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, composite boat with GMS. Lane 5, composite boat with BRIG. The women's lightweight double, category F. Category F features master rowers with an average age in their crew of 60 to 64. Crossing the midway point. Rowing in Grand Rapids dates back to the 1890s. The first boathouse for the city's rowing club, then called the Grand Rapids Boat and Canoe Club, was built in 1910. The Grand Rapids Rowing Association was incorporated in 1986 and runs high school, corporate, adult recreational, and competitive rowing programs, as well as the popular Learn to Row classes. It also hosts several rowing regattas each year. For more information, visit grrowing.org or stop by the Grand Rapids Junior Booster Tent in the Vendor Village. Now entering the final quarter of the race, the women's lightweight double in the F category.
In lane 4, that's a composite boat led by Meyer in the lead with open water. In lane 2, Carnegie Lake led by Ellis. This is the double in Category F, average ages between 60 and 64. And look at lane 4 go. They sprint to that finish line. Oh, the composite boat, Meyer and Duncan. That's lane 2, Carnegie Lake, McCarthy and Ellis. Wow, and it looks like quite a finish there, folks. Between lane 3, San Diego, and lane 5, BRIG. For official results, check out the Shimano 10. And they're off in the women's lightweight G through I category. In lane 1, we've got Saugatuck. Lane 2, MSTRS. Lane 3, Chinook. Lane 4, Lincoln Park. Lane 5, Upper Peninsula. And lane 6, St. Catharines. Lanes 1 and 2 are Category I. Category I, average age between 75 and 79. Both lane 1 and 2 have an average age of 77 in their doubles. Lanes 3 through 6, Category G. G average ages 65 to 69. And these women's doubles are cruising. On the camera, looking at Lincoln Park, Woodford and Keller. Passing the 500-meter mark. Average age 66 in the Woodford Keller boat. This is another one of those races that if you're on the shore watching the race come down, you'll want to cheer them on. Because this is really the spirit of the Masters Nationals. All right. And here they come into the red buoys, signifying the last 250 meters of the race. In the G category, that's Lincoln Park out front. And it looks like we've got lane 6, St. Catherine's in the G category. But close behind them, we've got Upper Peninsula, lane 5. Yeah, make some noise. As they put on their power to finish strong in the women's lightweight double. That's Lincoln Park in lane 4, crossing the finish line. Well done in the G category. And that's lane 6, St. Catherine. Lane 3, Chinook. Let's keep cheering, folks. As that was lane 2, MSTRS. Average age, 77. Make some noise as our competitors cross the finish line here. For official results of all races, check out the Shimano tent. Up next, we have an adaptive category, a fixed seat category, the mixed TA. That's trunk and arms. Representing Chicago, we've got Susan Birmingham and Ben Donovan. Pulling strong. And they're in the last stretch of their race here, folks. And they are pulling hard. Look at that reach. Put on by Donovan and Birmingham. In the mixed trunk and arms category. Well done. Moving strong. And there they cross the finish line, folks. Well done, Chicago. Have a little bit of a break here, about 10 minutes before our next race goes off. I'd like to thank our sponsors for this event. Boathouse Sports, Shimano, Nielsen Kellerman, The Ruby Project, Connectodot, Regatta Central, JL Designs, Hudson Boatworks, Concept 2, Croker Oars USA, San Diego Crew Classic, Braca Sport, Vespoli USA, Coach Kaler, Row for the Cure, Casper Racing Shells, Moss Boat Company, and Filippi Elite Rowing. Also a shout out to our local event sponsors, Michigan Economic Development Corporation, the Weggy Foundation, Dan and Pamela DeVos Foundation, and Burt E. Porter Machinery Company. Athletes,
Feel free to stop by the awards stage anytime after your event to pick up your medal and trophy and have a photo taken. It's conveniently located near the beer garden, so you can stop and celebrate. While you're in the beer garden, stop by the West Michigan Sports Commission booth, get involved in the 50-50 raffle, and pick up one of the awesome programs available for only $1 with lots of great information about this regatta and Grand Rapids. Thanks to the students and staff of Ferris State University, television and digital media production for live video coverage of this regatta. This coverage is being live streamed to YouTube, youtube.com/USRowing.org. This week is the 5th annual Restaurant Week Grand Rapids. Unprecedented in the history of regattas, we are ahead of schedule.
That means we get a little bit of time to relax. When I need someplace to relax, I go to USRowing. You like to watch sports, drink beer, and eat great food, or simply kick back and enjoy a relaxing family dinner outdoors, USRowing is the place to go. The large sports lounge offers HD flat screens from every angle, sound boxes, and trivia. Make your lunch, happy hour, dinner more enjoyable at USRowing.
Be sure to share your photos and observations on Twitter, and also see information on the regatta using hashtag US Masters Champs.
Ever forget something while traveling? Me too. Not only does Myers strive for high customer satisfaction, but also their fresh food and healthy environment creates a shopping experience that exceeds customers' expectations. Come out to Myers today and experience a safe, healthy, and customer-oriented atmosphere.
Now starting aligning for event number 138, the Women's Open Pair. We have alignment. In lane 2, the composite boat with ARC. In lane 3, Ann Arbor B. In lane 4, Ann Arbor A. Lane 5, Minneapolis. And in lane 6, a composite boat with CPR. And the flag goes up. Attention, and it drops go. We're off in the Women's Open Pair C category. Off into the first 100 meters of the Women's Open Pair C category. Out in the lead, Ann Arbor in lane 4 by half a boat.
Seeing a strong showing from both Ann Arbor boats out of the start. Lane 3 and 4, Ann Arbor A and B.
If you're hungry, now's a great time to stop by the vendor village and grab some food from some of our fabulous vendors. Or get a slice of pizza from the Grand Rapids Junior Boosters in the vendor village. When the pizza's gone, I'll stop talking about it. So head over there now.
138, I think. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Watching the back and forth between lanes 4 and 5. Lane 4, Ann Arbor. Lane 5, Minneapolis.
They're now midway down the course.
With every stroke mattering between lanes 4 and 5.
Lane 4 having an edge of just about 6 or 8 feet. Very close. Grand Rapids, if you're interested in learning more about what this rowing thing is all about, check out USRowing.org to learn about our adult and junior rowing programs. Or stop by the Grand Rapids Junior Boosters tent in the vendor village. Rowing, it's infectious.
That's Minneapolis out in front, sprinting to the finish. Bow to stern with Ann Arbor. And we have quite the competition going on for third place right now.
It's a three-way race for the bronze.
And these pairs are sprinting to the finish.
The challenge in the pair is applying power together.
And boy, Minneapolis is sure doing that well today, Rob. Look at them go. That's lane 4 coming up behind. Minneapolis crossing the finish. Ann Arbor. And lane 6, a composite boat with CPR.
All right, just off the start now, we've got a hot one. Event number 139, the Men's Club 8. 6 lanes of 8s. In lane 1, San Diego. Lane 2, Riverfront. Lane 3, Chicago Training. Lane 4, Potomac. Lane 5, St. Louis. And in lane 6, Ann Arbor. The Men's Club 8.
And they are cruising down the course, Rob. This race is going to have a fast time. Another strong showing by the Potomac boat in lane 4.
In lane 3, Chicago.
Not letting Potomac get too far ahead.
No, only about 3 seats behind as they cross the midpoint of the race. Even less.
Yeah, and
They're like a seat behind now.
it looks like they might be putting on a little bit of a charge there.
Chicago's is moving up.
Chicago, yeah.
They don't want Potomac to walk away with this one. This is a battle now. We got a battle coming down the course.
And it's a fast one. These fellas are moving.
Potomac in the red and Chicago Training in white, heading down the course now. Neck and neck.
Neck and neck and right next to each other in lanes 3 and 4. And they're coming up into the red buoy part of the course, the last quarter of the race, the last 250 meters. And it looks like they're sprinting already. Can they go faster? Looks like Potomac has 2 seats over Chicago, but Chicago not giving up, pushing hard. Chicago keeping up with. Oh, and they are moving. They are moving, folks.
Lane 6, Ann Arbor, pulling up in 3rd.
What an exciting race.
Wow, that was awesome. That was a clear case of 2 boats that were distinctly racing against each other. They weren't just out there on their own. They were watching each other, and they were racing clearly against each other. Now coming out of the gate, event number 140, the men's heavyweight double, B category. 5 shells in lane 1, Atlanta. Lane 2, a composite boat with CPCRL. In lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Kansas City. And in lane 5, Milwaukee. The B category has rowers with an average age of 36 to 42. Plus, we have 1 C category in this race. 43 to 49.
Kansas City. Looking strong out there in lane 4.
You know, we're going to be rowing till well after 5 o'clock, so probably the best place to view the rest of these races is down at the beer garden. Grab yourself a fine craft brew, head down to the tables right by the water, and take in the regatta.
That's Kansas City there, out in front. It looks like lanes 2 and 3.
And one of them's old and sick.
Neck and neck. Saugatuck, lane 3. Composite boat, lane 2. Led by stroke seat Sanchez. Coming up in the last quarter, you can see the red buoys. That's Kansas. Bow to stern with Saugatuck. Here's bow to stern with the composite boat in lane 2. They're putting on the sprint here, folks. Check out that push. Check out that push by Saugatuck. Wow. That was Saugatuck, folks, passing Kansas City. And then lane 2, a composite boat by Sanchez. Wow, Saugatuck really put it on in the sprint to the finish, passing Kansas City in the last 150 meters. Okay, up next we've got the Women's Open 4. This is a B category race with 6 boats. Lane 1, Austin. Lane 2, Minneapolis. Lane 3, Carnegie. Lane 4, Baltimore. Lane 5, Annapolis. And lane 6 is a composite boat with MSTRS. This is the Women's Open 4 in the B category. B category featuring rowers with average ages of 36 to 42. There are actually several C category boats in this race. With true average ages ranging from 39 to 44. We're watching lane 5 and lane 3 on the monitors right now. Lane 5, Annapolis. Lane 3, Carnegie Lake. Looks like Carnegie, they're battling for the lead there, halfway mark. Carnegie Lake slightly ahead. That's Carnegie Lake in the orange there in lane 3. looking strong out in front. But it's a race here as we go into the finish. Carnegie Lake about astern. Looks like we've got Annapolis and MSTRS out there battling it out in the far lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Carnegie Lake still holding out that front spot. Lanes 5 and 6, neck and neck. Annapolis and MSTRS. This is a race, folks. And that's Carnegie Lake crossing the finish line. Followed by lane 5 Annapolis and lane 6 MSTRS. Wow.
Alighting now at the start for event number 142, the men's heavyweight double, category D. In lane 1, the composite boat with ORRA. Lane 2, Texas Rowing. Lane 3, composite boat with DBC. Lane 4, Minneapolis. Lane 5, a composite with 612. And in lane 6, a composite with BRC.
You know, the start is always a nerve-wracking portion of the race, as you're on edge, waiting for the boats to get aligned.
Yeah, it's this long wait, and then when the alignment happens, you have no time. I mean, the flag goes up, and then the flag comes down, and if you don't have your oars buried and ready to go, then the start could be very challenging for you.
Yeah, it is go time.
And we're off now in the men's heavyweight double.
And not only do you have to take off right then, you have to take off with the people that you're rowing with.
In lane 4, Minneapolis leads the pack after the first 100 meters, followed by the composite boat in lane 3.
The master rowing category was first introduced in 1979 and is open to competitors ages 21 and older. The Masters Nationals Championships is one of USRowing's largest domestic regattas. A total of 199 national titles will be awarded at Masters Nationals. So far you've been noticing, we've been running heats in the morning with finals in the afternoon. Now watching the men's heavyweight double final in the D category. D category athletes ranging in average boat age from 50 to 54. At the 500 meter mark, we've still got Minneapolis in lane 4 holding off the composite boat with Detroit Boat Club in lane 3. And it looks like Texas Rowing in lane 2. Last year's oldest competitor, 84-year-old Alvin Fellman of the Stewards Foundation, competed in the men's J single sculls and the men's lightweight J single sculls. In the heavyweight race, he competed against Minneapolis Rowing Club's 82-year-old Arnold Land. Following the oldest age categories race, gold medal winner Land stopped his boat to wait for silver medal winner Feldman so they could row into the dock together. Land will be racing in the men's J heavyweight and lightweight sculls again this year for Lake Leelanau Rowing Club. And that event is happening today, folks, at 5:18. Stick around to watch. We've got an exciting finish happening here. That's lane 4, Minneapolis that we see. But lane 3, with Bowseat Detroit Boat Club, they are sprinting. They are sprinting. Who is it going to be? Oh, that looks like the Detroit Boat Club composite putting on the gas here, passing Minneapolis for an exciting finish to this men's double. Wow, look at them go. Quite the sprint by the composite boat. Then we have Minneapolis, followed by lane 5, composite boat with 612 endurance. Exciting race and sprint there by the composite boat in lane 3.
Now aligning, event number 143, the Women's Open Single, Category D. And they're off. In lane 1, Lincoln Park. Lane 2, Baltimore. Lane 3, Dallas. Lane 4, Dallas B. Lane 5, Minneapolis. And lane 6, Marin.
Minneapolis out to a strong start there in lane 5. Followed closely by Dallas in lane 3.
What channel are you on? Huh? What channel are you on? It's just actually all the monitors are on here. What? Streams on the internet.
But Lincoln Park in lane 1, pushing hard, not to be forgotten.
Yep.
Bless your heart. You look like an oarsman yourself.
Huh?
I said you look like an oarsman yourself.
Oh, thank you. I've never rode in my life.
Yeah, you haven't?
No.
You should. You'd be good.
Yeah. I did.
I just wanted to say again, stick around to watch Land race today.
When is that going to happen, Jordan?
That's at 5:18. And I can think of a really great place that I would like to watch that race.
Your racing's done for the day. You need a good place to kick back and watch the regatta. Where would that be?
That would be the beer garden, Rob. While in there, I'd probably pick up some 50-50 tickets from the West Michigan Sports Commission.
That sounds great. I'll meet you there.
Send my selfies.
That's lane 5, Minneapolis, staying strong. Seen some strong sculling this race and the previous race from Minneapolis rowers.
Now halfway down this 1,000-meter course.
Lane 1, Lincoln Park, and lane 3, Dallas, really battling it out for second place. They're approaching the sprint portion of the race here. We've got Minneapolis out in front in lane 5. And we have a battle royale for second place. Looks like Lincoln Park in lane 1 currently in the lead. Not far behind, lane 3, Dallas.
But also in the hunt in lane 6, Marin.
Really a wild card here for who's going to end up in second place. This is the sprint portion, and when it's a matter of feet, anything can happen here in these singles races. Who's got the strength to finish it? Looks like Minneapolis is doing really well, maintaining some nice length. Oh, and that's Lincoln Park. That's Lincoln Park in lane 1.
That is like a three-way photo finish for second.
It certainly is a three-way photo finish.
Unbelievable. We're going to end up with 3 boats who cross virtually simultaneously.
Yeah.
We've got a second, a third, and a fourth.
And a fourth. Somebody goes home with silver.
Within fractions of a second of each other. Amazing.
And somebody goes home.
Now heading down the course, event number 144. The men's heavyweight quad.
And that's lane 4, a composite boat, out to an early lead.
Lane 4 and 5 are composite. Lane 3 is Fort Worth. And in lane 2, Detroit.
You know, in that last race, with second through fourth being so close, sometimes it does come down to a little bit of luck, don't you think, Rob?
Boy, you know, that's a tough dose of reality for somebody who's put so much hard work into preparing for one of these events.
Well, when I'm feeling lucky, I just go down to the West Michigan Sports Commission in the beer tent and get a 50-50 raffle ticket. 50-50 raffle in the beer tent.
Maybe those 3 should all buy tickets.
Boy, in that quad in lane 4, out in front, you'll find West Michigan's own local rowing legend, Rick Anderson, in the 3 seat.
So, Jordan.
Yeah, Rob?
Which seat is the 3 seat?
So when you count seats in a boat, you count from the bow. So the bow is, I guess, the direction that the boat is heading. So you would go bow seat is number 1, 2, 3, and then the sternmost person, or the frontmost person, is the stroke seat. And look at that composite boat go. Plenty of open water between them and the rest of the pack. You wouldn't believe it by looking at it, but the average age in that boat is 63. And they are cruising.
That is some great technique, great synchronization, and lots of power.
Lane 4. Looks like crossing next the composite boat in lane 5.
Now off the start, event number 145 in the F category, the Women's Open Quad. In lane 2, Saugatuck. Lane 3, Cincinnati. Lane 4, Duluth.
Don't forget that we are offering complimentary shuttle service from parking lots and ramps in downtown Grand Rapids to Riverside Park. Buses pass each stop every 5 to 10 minutes. The bus route is about 20 minutes, so plan accordingly.
How much does that bus cost, Jordan?
That bus is free. $0.
Now entering the second half of the race in the Women's Open Quad, Cincinnati, lane 3.
In the Women's Open Quad in the F category, the event features average ages between 60 and 63. Right now, watching lane 3, Cincinnati cruise into the sprint portion. The final few strokes before collecting some hardware.
The last 100 meters of the Women's Open Quad.
And that's Cincinnati. Followed by Saugatuck, crossing the finish line for the Women's Open Quad, in the F category.
And in lane 4, Duluth. Already shooting down the course now. Event number 145G. The Women's Open Quad. Categories H and G. In lane 2, a composite boat with CLRA. Lane 3, Saugatuck. Lane 4, Potomac. Lane 5, CRRC. And in lane 6, San Diego.
We've got some really great racing here for the rest of the day, Rob. If you haven't made it down there, make your way to the beer tent. Check it out. root on your teams. Let's see who can make the most noise.
You're going to want to do that for the next event coming up because it's going to be a nail biter. Right now, in the Women's Open Quad, in lane 6, San Diego. Leading at the midway point. The average age in the San Diego boat, currently leading in lane 6, is 65. And they are cruising.
Here they come down the chute to the finish line. San Diego out there in the red.
Was I on?
Got the composite in lane 5. In second. Looks like Sagatuck, lane 3. Yeah, make some noise for him, folks. San Diego. Composite with CRRC. Coming in first and second. And that's Sagatuck, rounding out the top 3.
You know what's coming up, Jordan?
What's coming up, Rob?
My favorite kind of race.
What's your favorite kind of race?
6 lanes of 8s.
6 lanes of 8s.
This is event number 147, the Women's Club 8, A category. Age 27 to 35. In lane 1, Lincoln Park. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Chicago. Lane 4, Minneapolis. Lane 5, Capital. And in lane 6, Lincoln Park B.
6 lanes of 8s. That's 8 rowers in each boat, plus a coxswain. 9 people for 6 lanes.
That's like a whole bunch of people.
That's like a whole bunch of people.
That's right, a whole bunch.
Out on the race course.
Glancing at my multiplication table, it says whole bunch. All right, you know these 8s, they're a little more time consuming to align. So our aligners getting these babies ready to go. Lining up the bow balls.
The time they take to line up, they make up for as they will fly down this race course. This is an A category race.
And this is a club event too.
What's a club event, Rob?
That's an event that doesn't have a bunch of those acronyms. a club event, everybody who's in the boat, including the coxswain, must be a member of the club and must live within 50 miles of the club.
So this is where real rivalries happen right here, is in the club races.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go.
This is one of those races that you'll want to be on the shore to watch, and you'll want to make some noise.
And the flag goes up and down, and we're off in the Women's Club 8A category.
Man, those are some quick stroke rates from the women in the 8s.
Looks like lane 3 out in front, Chicago, followed by lane 5, Capital, in the first 100 meters of the race. Right now, still looks like a battle between lanes 3, Chicago, and lane 5, Capital.
We have a battle here, Rob.
Neck and neck. Chicago in lane 3, Capital in lane 5.
Let's not forget about Lincoln Park here. Yeah, make some noise as they come down, folks.
Here they come in the last quarter of the race. It's getting loud. Lane 5 is 2 seats ahead. Capital ahead of Chicago by 2 seats in the final 200 meters of the race.
But let's not forget about Lincoln Park here in lane 1.
They're walking.
They are definitely a contender. We've got 1, 2, and 3 pretty close to each other here. It's an exciting one. Is Capital going to be able to hold them off? They're all looking strong as they approach that finish line.
Capital 5 with a strong sprint at the end.
And Capital, Chicago, and Lincoln Park with an exciting race. They really cruised.
Lane 2, CRI. Lane 4, Minneapolis. And in lane 6, Lincoln Park B. Athletes and teams, remember to help your crews in these big boats get off the water. Collect doors and bow markers. Thank you very much. Now aligning at the front and just off the gates, event number 148. The mixed quad in the C category. Lane 1, Lincoln Park. Lane 2, Rocky Mountain. Lane 3, Greater Columbus. Lane 4, a composite boat with 6 2. In lane 5, Winnipeg. And at the first 100 meters, it's a dead heat between 3 boats.
Looks like lane 2, Rocky Mountain, lane 3, Greater Columbus, and lane 6, Winnipeg.
We're not done yet, folks. We've got more still races coming. Still more races, more still. There's the race.
And these are races that you'll want to watch and support. Last race of the day is the men's heavyweight J single final. Representing Long Beach will be Earl Johnson, 85 years old. Christopher Collins from Urbana, age 82, and Arnold Land, 83. But that's later.
Charging down the course now, the mixed quad final in the C category. You know, and from here it looks like we got 3 boats that are in lockstep.
Lane 6, Winnipeg, looking really strong. Out in front. Lane 5.
Oh, that's 5. 5 is Winnipeg, then lane 4, 612, and then lane 3, Greater Columbus, in that order, it looks like.
That's what it looks like.
Getting hard to tell with that glare coming off the water late in the day.
Such a beautiful day for rowing now, as these competitors sprint into the finish line. Can lane 5 Winnipeg hold them off? And they do. As the composite 612 comes in second, Greater Columbus third.
In lane 2, Rocky Mountain, and in lane 1, Lincoln Park. Coming up next, event number 149, the mixed double E category. 6 shells, and they're off. In lane 1, Island Lake. Lane 2, Texas Rowing. In lane 3, BRC. Composite. Lane 4, Grand Rapids. Lane 5, Malta. And in lane 6, a composite boat with BRC.
Really strong start by BRC in lane 3. These mixed doubles feature average ages between 55 and 59. We've got lanes 3, 5, and 6, all composite boats competing against one another.
Is it 3, 5, and 6?
Lane 3, BRC, taking a stand. As they take the lead at the 500-meter mark. This is a mixed double sculling race featuring one male and female racer. Entering the chute for the final sprint, we have lane 3, BRC, leading the pack. They've got open water on lane 5. But it's a competition for third, folks. Between lane 6, BRC, and Texas, it's a battle for third. Getting a little familiar with the end buoys. First place finishers, BRC, followed by lane 5. Looks like lane 6. All composite boats. Well done, competitors. Okay, we have a fan favorite coming up next. Now, this is the parent-child double featuring Baltimore and Malta.
This is a mother-daughter race.
So again, in this mother-daughter race, we've got lane 3, Baltimore, and lane 4, Malta. The Doyles out there in lane 4 from Malta, showing their genetic similarities in rowing quite well together as they pass the 500-meter mark.
They should be genetically similar since that's a requirement for this event.
We're going to give you the okay once it crosses the finish line, and if you want to escort him down, that'll be fine.
Roger that.
I love the parent-child events. I think I want to row one of these next year.
Do it, Rob. We'd love to see you out there.
Yeah, like the mother-daughter event.
Good luck with that one.
Appreciate your coming to help out with it. Put up the tape. Nobody can actually no, just stay there because we're going to use that launch dock as a retrieval dock for these boats that finish. And then we'll put the tape up.
Here they come into the final shoot, folks. Cheer them on. The mother-daughter races. Lane 3 is Baltimore. Lane 4, Malta. And look at them go.
The beer garden is open till 6 p.m. Now's the perfect time to get a cold craft brew and enjoy the last few races of the day.
Check out Baltimore. Just moving to that finish line. That's Ann and Annie from Baltimore. And the Doyles from Malta. Congratulations to the mothers and daughters.
Coming up next is an event we've been telling you about. You guys are going to want to watch this event. Number 146, the men's heavyweight single in the J category. Yes, J. That is the farthest down the alphabet we go.
So for this race, everybody should be at the shore cheering on these competitors.
In lane 3 from Long Beach, Earl Johnson. Lane 4 from Ravenna, Christopher Collins. And in lane 5 from Lake Leelanau, Arnold Land. The ages of these competitors, 85.
Looks like Long Beach didn't make the race today. Competitors Christopher Collins from Ravenna in lane 4, and Lake Leelanau, Arnold Land in lane 5. Again, only 2 competitors making this race today. Christopher Collins, age 82, from Ravenna, and Arnold Land, 83, in lane 5. Rowing's definitely a sport for people of all ages, isn't it, Rob?
Absolutely, and this event is proof of that.
And they're at the 500-meter mark. So get your voices ready at the shore to cheer for these competitors. And that's lane 4, Christopher Collins, entering the last 250 meters. Cheer him on, folks. Christopher Collins, age 82, gliding to that finish line and making every stroke count. Way to go, Christopher. Christopher followed by Arnold Land, also in the hunt. Let's make some noise as they approach the finish, folks. And that's Christopher Collins, finishing strong. And still cruising, Arnold Land from Lake Leelanau. Congratulations, Arnold.
That is simply awesome.
And that is a spectacular sight to see, Rob.
You know, to me, that's what this is all about.
So much fun. Testament to the human spirit and the sport of rowing.
That's our last final event for the day. Remember, the beer tent, the beer garden, will remain open until 6 p.m. If you wish to use the practice